Good day and good evening, and welcome back to Solo Challenge Stream with me, Caetsu Chaiji, but you can just call me Kai. Tonight, we're going to revisit some of the duties where I previously either 1. Decided it wasn't possible without checking, 2. Failed and gave up. Actually, that's all of it. 3 of the duties we're going to try tonight are ones where I tried and had to give up. And one of them is one where I said, it's not possible, there's no point trying. The interesting thing is that Baelsar's wall just so happened to come in on the list too late. Because later in this series, you may have seen me go in and attempt a duty anyway. In fact, we tried the Aerie despite it not being possible. So isn't that ironic? I didn't even give it a chance. I should ask my past self. Why are you a hypocrite? I don't know if that is actually the correct choice of words, but yeah. So the way that I'm going to do this is we're going to do it synced. Previously, back in A Realm Reborn ranges, I would usually give it a try first at minimum item level, no echo. I don't think there's echo in Brayflox Longstop, but we've already tried and failed that, so we're just going to do it synced. And that'll be the case for all 4 duties this time around. And I don't think I'll be going multiple times into the same duty, so I'll give it one good try. Because otherwise we're going to be here till past midnight. With that said, hey Zav, hey Fatman, hey Ceres, hey Zach, hey Cat David, hey Gazel, hey Emir, hey Toss, hey Brontom, and hey Girin. Hope you're all doing very well. Guess we should just get right to it with Brayflox Longstop, which is the first one. For those that didn't see my original attempt with Brayflox Longstop, the thing that makes Brayflox Longstop a problem is the puppy, the mud puppy. Nothing else. It's simply too strong. And part of the story there is also that the first boss in the dungeon is also really hard, like just on top of this. So the mud puppy is insanely brutal, and the first boss is really hard. Just extra, as a bonus, it's extra hard as well. I should do it like this. When I use... so when I don't have any extra bonuses, my HP is... Oh, wait a minute. With food buff, I should be using... Yes, I should just have this. That'll do. Also, hey Ilana and Fila. Hope you're doing well. The reason why I'm switching the potions is that there are specific ranges where each potion is more effective. And I of course have a spreadsheet that I made myself on that particular subject. And the reason why I'm single targeting is of course because I heal when I single target, I don't when I AoE. This is a common problem in lower level with these kind of duties. But yeah, exactly, Brontom. It's because of the bubble. And later in the mud puppy fight, it starts to get more spammy with the bubble, as far as I recall. Which was the reason why I originally said it was impossible, was because it felt like I spent more time attacking the bubble than attacking the mud puppy, and I still couldn't make it. So it just became like, yeah, I don't think that I'll ever get to kill it. That was kind of the story there. And then like a few weeks later, Wrath Games did it. Or maybe it was even like a week later. Something like that. It might have even been even closer to. The point is that that I said I can't do it. I don't think it's possible. And then, a bit like Cat Damon recently, someone just comes in and does it anyway. But I don't believe I actually tried this dungeon with Warrior. Back when I was trying Brayflox Longstop, I was of the belief that Dark Knight had slightly better self-sustain. But then, since we discovered, like 1 or 2 dungeons later, we revisited it and was like, oh, wait a minute, Thrill of Battle means that Warrior is slightly better at self-sustain. Like, we're talking... It's really close, but Warrior does win. In Stone Vigil or something was the particular example. Also, hey, Lycan, hope you're doing well. The wall? Baelsar's wall? So one thing with this boss is that the boss itself will extremely frequently do this hammerbeak attack. Which means that it's preferable to not hang out near the boss if it isn't beneficial to you. Like, spend as much time running away as possible so that it wastes time where it could be tank bustering you, and it does it extremely frequently. Another thing is it will just spawn more ads, so there's no point killing them. It'll just spawn more of them. Case in point. I can't remember how many it'll spawn, but it just keeps spawning them until it has reached some amount. Like that it feels is satisfactory. There's probably one kind of them of ad that is preferable to have. But right now it looks like there's a sable back and violet backs. I believe one of them does the poison breath and the other one does something completely different, but I don't remember what that is. Bruh. Yeah, the thing is, like, that we've discovered here on the channel that it is possible to do it. But we don't know if it is possible with, like... I think I'm going to die here. With, like, legitimate, like, gear that you could have for Baelsar's wall. I got a little overzealous somewhere there. Or I didn't greed hard enough somewhere else. But yet it is very, very tight with Baelsar's wall. So if you're trying to complete the game from the beginning, then actually maybe it is better to just get rid of the ads here right at the start. I also didn't even bother to use my stun. Well, the thing is, what we're going to do is not minimum item level. As I said, like, just a moment ago, like, just as I started, that we've tried some of these duties before. We know they're already too hard. But yeah, the problem is with Baelsar's wall, if I went, like if I or Cat Damon went to do it, we would do it with, you know, max level gear synced down. We would also have access to better potions. Whereas if you're playing through the game legitimately, you would not have those options. Oh yeah, like, and the thing is, like, that's the general rule set that I've used for this entire challenge. And with these duties, we discovered that it was too hard to do Brayflox Longstop at minimum item level. Like, that was already known, so there's no point, like, revisiting that. And I'm going to die again. I have to get back into the swing of figuring out how to deal with the Pelican. If only the arena was slightly bigger, then this would be way more doable. If it were just slightly bigger, I think we'd be able to do this way more easily. But I've goofed it up somewhere, and I think we're just going to slowly die. Yeah. Yeah, basically, as I was saying, we have tried these dungeons minimum item level previously, and it wasn't possible. So that's why we're not doing it this time. Maybe killing the ads is required because of the poison. See, the problem, look at the Magi, is that the boss stops spawning more ads when there's 6. But if you kill them, then it'll just keep making more forever. As in, literally it'll keep going until you die. Like, there's an infinite supply of ads waiting in the wing for us to party. An infinite amount. So that's why I'm uncertain whether there is a point. Hey Catch, hope you're doing well. Yeah, I'm not, by the way, I'm not spinning the camera like this to make you all seasick. I'm trying to make the boss lose uptime. And I think it's working. Don't think it worked enough, though. I think I'm dead now. Does Antidote only remove one debuff? I'm just hopping out real quick because I'm reasonably sure I forgot things that I could have brought. Wait, that is correct, like, and there is a moment where the ads are not there. The question is whether there is a point in killing them. I was killing them that last attempt because if they're there, then I can't spin the boss, because then the ads will just get infinite amount of time on me. But if they're not there, then that could work. 1 minute. Oh boy. I feel like there's something that where is it? That's the one. The singular better potion that you can only have one of for some reason. I'm glad you found it helpful, Catch. You can kill the ads off. The problem is whether that helps or not. Like that's ultimately what it boils down to. Does it help or not? I wish those were high quality. Slightly longer cooldown is what we're dealing with. So what I specifically remember is that the blinding potion, I feel like, is more effective than the paralysis one, because the blinding one could mean a full swing missed, where paralysis just means that the enemy stops for a moment. There's also the possibility that poison potions could help, but those are not in supply. Can we just make some? Hey Tristan! Oh, whoops. Hope you're doing well. The strongest that's not a lot of Ocho Vines. Okay, then I guess I'll buy a full stack. Where do Ocho Vines come from? Solo crafting challenge, yep. I wish I could have made more than just, like, 18. Oh yeah, they're probably from Ocho, that is a very good point, but where are they? Can I buy them somewhere? Nope. Right. I think I can't do much more than this. I'll do this. I think the poison potion might be more helpful for the mud puppy. Now we have to clear the trash again. If you don't die, you'll beat the dungeon. It's that simple. That is good advice. Just don't die. Let me actually test something. Right. Yeah, that was what I was fearing. I don't know if it is better to be able to remove one instance of poison every minute, or using the blinding potion. every 2 minutes. I'm pretty sure the hammer beak attack is more damage than a full poison from one of the ads. But still, the blinding potion is a chance. And I could use an antidote twice in that time. Good luck, Lycan. Yeah, this kind of stuff with having to re-clear is one of the worst parts about progressing on a solo challenge like this. Is having to get back to where you were sometimes. Pretty sure the antidotes only remove Izunable poison. The poison in that boss fight is removable. That is the reason. They can be removed. But they're from the ads. And I'm not sure how much damage I'm dodging by doing that. Yeah, what I should do is try to be as aggressive and use my cooldowns as much as I can. Hey Matthew, hope you're doing well. And yeah, time to defeat Bubble. We also have to reprog because I've forgotten how to defeat the Pelican. Ah, the Pelican. I remember beating that as Sage where it took like 15 minutes. Because you don't, like, if you're kiting the boss as a Sage, you're not doing very much attacking. But you can kite it very well if your entire toolkit is mostly ranged. Don't know if arm's length even works. Oh, it does. That's pretty good. Kai used Confusion. It hit Kai very effectively. Seems like the ads spawn about every minute. What do the Sable ones do? Seems like they just run? Or what? Oh, they have Slumber Breath, but they just stop to do it. And we'd rather have an army of Sablebacks then. Because we can just dodge their attack. I think. Most of it. It's not perfect. And I think we're going to wipe this time as well. There's also the blue back. What do they do? I can't really get close anymore. There's too many things in a big blob. Or maybe it was just a surprise from the boss being really, really ready. I just wanted to target the violet back. Yeah. There's one. And it got the poison. It had one slot left. What does it summon? Of course, a violet. It's too late, Pelican. You're dead. Take this! Blip. It seems like I don't know. I didn't figure out what the blue ones do. Tristan says it's a petrify cone. Yeah, as long as it's a cast, because that's the problem with the violet ones, is that they just go, bam, you're poisoned. Which means you can't dodge it, where the rest of them, well, I'm all over the place, so I don't care. When in doubt, heroically withdraw. Use the JoJo move. Run away! Also, hey Riaglita and Kraken Mo. Hope you're both doing well. Yeah, as long as they have casts, that's what makes the violet one scary. But I will say, bringing an antidote turned out to be a really big, really huge brain idea, because that helped a lot. The blinding potion also helped. It seemed like I used the blinding potion and then the boss just sandbagged for 12, for the full duration. Really effective. Exactly, Tristan. The problem is that it's instant, so you don't have time to step away, and it won't use it unless you're in range, so there's nothing you can do. If it chooses to breathe at you, you'll get hit. Normally it's the human chasing the turkey with an axe. That is an interesting point. I can't remember if that was what I discovered when I beat Yellow Pelican the first time. I'm pretty sure when I beat it the first time, I just spammed ranged attacks enough and just was it like ended up being lucky, which is not the way you want to beat a boss like this. So I'm pretty happy that we found a way to, what seems to be the case, beat the boss in a consistent fashion. I don't think I need to do any hand lending. So this boss, the thing that makes this one scary is that at some point it'll use a buff on itself that makes you take damage when you hit it. Which is not good. But I'm pretty sure we can manage if we work our way through it. In fact, I'm pretty sure the Tempest bias here has way less HP. So we absolutely want to kill that one off first. Because then there's less to fight. I was expecting to take more damage in that time frame, so I used Thrill of Battle too soon. Too soon! Wait, did I interrupt it? I just wanted to stun it. Oh boy. Yes, I brought spine drops as well. I'm stacked. What's up, Ibia? Oh. You should put motion sickness warning up. Well, I'm sorry. We have to spin the boss to minimize damage taken. POV. Your tank every time you choose to play a melee DPS. Am I right? That moment when you choose to play a job with positionals and your tank look like this. Do it in first person? I can't see. I think I might also get seasick if we went first person for this. Too much spinning. Your emotes aren't working? I don't know. I mean, try and use them from the menu. I think there's something missing when you just say underscore. Or is that should that be enough? Shouldn't it be like Caetsu underscore Caetsu stay? You are using them from the menu. That's weird. And I don't know what's going on. YouTube, what you doing? POV, you get World of Darkness and Alliance Raid Roulette. Oh. I don't think this is what they meant by spin to win. Sometimes. You're right, it should work. It's weird. Why doesn't it work for him here? Anyone, any ideas? I think the the most dangerous mob in this pack is the Pugil. Because the Surf F start casting stuff, which you can just step away from. Some of it. If they have the peculiar light or something. Yeah, I would have normally said try refreshing the page, Emir, but I know you've had this problem for at least a few days, so I don't think that's it. Hey, Matoro. Hope you're doing well. Also, Osek, you're doing well as well. No more Endwalker Alliance raids for you ever again? Zaf, have you finished upgrading all the gear you want? Hey Lloyd, thank you so much, and welcome to the game. I'm glad you found my guides helpful. And hey Minmay, hope you're doing well as well. You know what's even sadder about that, Zaf? In a few weeks, you could have gotten that with Poetics. Hopefully that doesn't ruin your achievement. I know. The point is having it early. That's something that I feel a lot of people don't appreciate enough. That part of the value in getting the gear a little sooner, like the better gear sooner from, for example, Savage raiding, the point is to get it early. Like, that's the big value. That's the big gain. Having the mount early is the big gain. All those things. You're learning Astrologian right now. Well, it is worth pointing out, Lloyd, that we know in around 3 weeks... Yeah, around 3 weeks. 3 to 4 weeks, when Dawn Trail comes out, Astrologian will get significant changes. We don't know yet exactly how massive it's going to be, but there's going to be changes. So just, you know, keep that in mind if you log in next month and you're like, why is everything different? They're changing it. It should still, like, have the soul of the job and everything. Like, it should still be similar, but it will be different. Just keep it in mind. Speaking of Poetics, is it worth capping on comedy and causality? It depends on if there's anything you want with Poetics. Let's say you don't have full 660 on all jobs. When Dawn Trail comes out, you will be able to buy that stuff with Poetics. You can't now. So there could be value in doing that, because you can convert them. As you can see on my list here, you can guess what I decided to do. I'm just capping them because right now the things you can buy for causality, like the materials, are just, like, they're just falling in value and people aren't really buying them, and it makes sense that people aren't buying them. And if I can't make sense of why people would buy them and the price is falling, I wouldn't be able to explain why they would buy them. And so I'm not trying to sell them. I'll wait for Rampart. Okay, so the key here is when bubble happens, I need to break it. And I need to break it fast. I don't know if there's a point in holding Berserk for it, so for the first attempt, I'll try. If the boss starts to cast anything while I'm in the bubble, I'll have to switch to them and stun them to deny them. The reason being that the bubble really, really hurts. Or rather, it makes everything hurt. Yeah, I'll save Berserk for dealing with the bubble. And Peculiar Light is also a death sentence. Because if you have the magic vulnerability from that, then anything else the boss does will probably kill you. Hey Dashi, hope you're doing well. I'm also holding it on the potent poison potions because I don't have that many of them. So if this takes multiple attempts, it makes sense to have them for the try where I'm confident. And also it makes sense to hold them until the boss actually starts to do this. Blinded? That could also be an idea. I still need to wait until it's trying to, like, really get me while in the bubble. Like, that's the time to blind it. I think it was a good call to hold Berserk. It said I was not in range? That's weird. I could have sworn I was in range. Now we blinded. Maybe that was a little too early. I wish that had missed. I should probably have kept that Storm's Path. When is it the dragon comes? Where dragon? 25%! It's really slow, is what it is. Oh man. That's so perfect. 25% boss pass is 25%. Then the dragon appears. Okay, it's immune to stun. Good to know. Oh, and it has a poison. That's worth keeping in mind. How much? Why have you not left? Thank you. It's really dragging not getting there, yeah. Well, that was the one I couldn't beat last time I was here. But it makes sense I had trouble, because last time I was here as a Dark Knight. And they, like, you could stockpile MP for that, I suppose. But I think Berserk was more helpful. And then also the Thrill of Battle burst healing. I wonder if the dot is worth using antidotes for? The fight was too long. You know what, that... Fair enough. It was taking a while. It's like, normally they're done by now. What's happening? Like, the dragon had scheduled me to be there like 20 minutes ago. Alright, Ymir. Thank you for check again. And I guess enjoy dinner? Yeah, the question is, Tristan, because the antidote shares cooldown with my other potions. I could, if the dragon is susceptible to blind, I could blind it instead every 2 minutes, which might, like, protect me better. But if the dot is kind of potent, then it might be worth doing. That sounds good, Zach. Hope you enjoy. I hope you continue to enjoy Summoner then. Dinner and a driving lesson. Well, in that case, good luck with the driving lesson, Ymir. How many auto attacks are you avoiding by dancing around them like this? Hard to say. Sometimes it delays their auto attack by half a second. Sometimes it doesn't delay them. sometimes if you're really, really good and really focused on it, you can actually get mobs to completely stop attacking for several seconds. I've done this before, like actually gotten an enemy to do nothing for 5 seconds at a time by doing this. It's a matter of being just enough behind them, but not too much, and just circling them. So it's like, how many auto attacks? Hard to say, but it's better than not doing it. In that case, Bronto, I'm looking forward to in an hour. Affection. It is. I could imagine that it's easier to do on controller because you can, you can just spin the stick and do this. That might also be helpful to switch to legacy type controls later. That makes it easier to do certain spins. It's just, I'm just doing this because it's free mitigation. I'm glad to hear that, Deathshe. Thank you so much. Did I use my antidote too soon? I'm pretty sure I did it in time. What? I'll try one more time and be a little slower on it, but that was weird. This is the last boss, so it must be the hardest. Ah, yes. That's how it usually works on these challenges, right, everyone? That's usually how it goes. It's never ever the second boss that's the hardest. That never happens, right? That never happens ever. Hey Mana, hope you're doing well. Right now, this is not minimum ice level, no echo. I put the rule set in the description because that's what we've always done. But these fights we've already attempted at minimum ice level, no echo, and previously failed. And typically, oh, the antidote doesn't even work. Typically, my rule is if we try and fail minimum ice level, no echo, then there's no point doing it again. If it is possible to do it just regularly synced. So as it stands right here, we're just doing it synced to see if it can be done. That's the answer to your first question. In regards to the spinning, mobs in varying degrees need to be facing you to attack you. Some of them will snap to attention to hit you when they feel like it. This is more common with bosses, but not all bosses actually have this feature. And it does mean that sometimes their auto attack will get delayed like a half a second or even several seconds if you're really, really good at it, just because you're spinning them. If you run away from the mobs, that basically is the same thing, it's just more effective. It's also immune to blind, by the way, so that's good to know. I brought all those potions for nothing. Maybe we'll try a poison potion. Wouldn't that be ironic if that worked? But yeah, kiting, meaning just running away, like this, is also very effective. It is easier to reduce the damage of the boss by, stepping away between GCDs, but in my experience, if you spin well, that's more effective. Like, if you're good at spinning, There's also the possibility that the boss just randomly starts to run away from you, in which case you lose damage, whereas spinning them, you're staying in range, you're just trying to make it so they can't face you right. So you don't lose any uptime by spinning them. So like that's kind of the story. And I'm not sure which enemies it works on and which ones don't work, but there are bosses that it works on, and there are bosses that are doable, synced, solo, but only if you spin them. As in, some of the bosses do too much unavoidable damage that you need to spin them to stand a chance of beating them before they beat you. And one of the bosses that we're rematching tonight is one of those kinds of bosses. Yeah. One down. Oh. Oh, nice. Perfect. Yeah, bits free mitigation. Side effects include sore legs, random tank cleaves, spinning eyes, rabbits, the condition known as twisty tank. Ask your doctor before using spine sestra. Another side effect includes angry melee DPS. Hey Baron, hope you're doing well. The condition known as angry melee DPS. Right, so the next one is Dzemael Darkhold. The wall in that one is the final boss. That boss has one, a semi-spammable ranged attack, which means running away doesn't work. And it spams a lot of damage, exactly like very, very regular tank busters. But it is susceptible to spinning, it turns out. So you basically just do this while fighting it to the best of your ability. The weird thing with spinning enemies is if you spin it too fast, then you'll outrun it and then it'll just turn the other way. So you have to be very careful with spinning it exactly the right pace, otherwise you'll outrun it and then it'll just turn the other way. And the thing is, the game knows that the boss has started turning the other way before you do, so what often happens is that you see it turn for a fraction of a second and then it snaps to hit you because it has already been turning that way for a good half second before the server notifies you. Hey Angel, hope you're doing well, and also Dorfer, hope you're doing well as well. Yeah, that is the problem with that fight. There's also the part that when I originally got into the fight, I can't remember if I tried as a tank, but I actually went into Dzemael Darkhold as a scholar. Because scholar in this level range is insane. Like level 46, you have Art of War, you have Lust Rate, you have Energy Drain, you have Ruin 2, so you can just kite everything. Everything else in the dungeon is easy. But the final boss is resistant to kiting. The final boss is resistant to kiting and cleaves through Atlos. So it's just not, as far as I recall, it was not possible to keep up with. But I also know that Warrior can do it, because we've seen that. So the question is whether I should try with Scholar anyway, to see if we can do it differently than what we already know, or if I should try with Warrior just so that we have it in the books. I'm a little bit on the fence on this. And I'm willing to try either one. So I'll put it up to a vote. What would you like? He might be resistant. Possible on Scholar with some line of sight abuse. That could be. You can prevent angry melee DPS by getting them tank cleaved. Now that's pretty good. Oh yeah, the antidote for the condition known as angry melee DPS is just kill them. She says, does Wondrous Tales not reset if I didn't complete it, or do I complete it and then it gives me another one? If you ask for a new Wondrous Tales, she will always give you a fresh one, like a completely empty one. The only thing you carry over is your second chances. If it runs out, as in the deadline is exceeded, then you don't get anything. So make sure to hand them in on time. But if you ask for a new one, it will always reset. Remember, you have 2 weeks to do any given Wondrous Tales. It does seem like there's some agreement on Scholar. I think we'll say that is that. I know it's a little quick of a vote, but I mean, like 22-7. If you turn in your Wondrous Tales and grab a new one, she will give you the one for the week you're in. So if you grab Wondrous Tales this week and then keep it until next week, hand in your Wondrous Tales, she will give you a fresh one after that, because you gave in the last week's Wondrous Tales. We could have slightly more piety by relic cheesing, but I think we'll just do it like this. I think this is fine. Let's move these two away for some space. Grab that one. And this one, I guess? I don't actually know how much potion I'll be using. Yeah, that's the thing, Bits, is that the classic one to try and solo stuff with is Warrior, so we kinda already knew that one. I've had a lot of fun trying to solo stuff with Scholar. Many potions indeed. We're just greeting on the damage while we have ether flows anyway. Ow! Brontom says that one of these can be done with Palace of the Dead logic. No. Machinist can't do it. They would be lacking in sustain. The reason why Scholar can get away with this is simply because, or might be able to get away with this, is simply because too strong self-healing. It might not even be possible, but we're trying. Because it would be more interesting if we can do it with a job that might have been seen less frequently. When Yoshi watches this and Scholar gets nerfed, it'll be your fault. Well, then who gets the blame when Warrior gets nerfed? Because I feel like people are also blaming me for that one. Sustaining Potion is a big part of Palace of the Dead logic. That is also a good point. The reason why Machinist and a lot of other DPS jobs kind of get away with what they're getting away with in Palace of the Dead is because they basically have EOS. Like, they straight up have EOS, just in the shape of a potion. They have EOS at home. I blame Mr. Content Creator for all of our future Civ problems. Well then. But yeah, like that's the reason why why even Black Mage can beat Palace of the Dead solo, is because you have sustaining potions. EOS is sustaining potion at home. Fair enough. Fair enough. I just feel like EOS was the thing first. I agree with that, Thomas. Like, I also feel like there's no reason to be so scared of the changes. It'll probably be fine. All I want is tank gear for my Black Mage. So you can stand in your ley lines? Or what's the plan? How praised are you of leaks? I've seen a little bit. I've seen little enough that if it came out that the leaks are fake, it wouldn't surprise me. I've also seen so little from the leaks that I don't feel like there's very much to talk about. So I'll wait until we have some more to talk about. I should have dotted that one out in the room up way more frequently. Spoiler, there will be actions. Yes. Ham says sustaining potions are just EOS after a visit to the to a blender. I thought that was neuroliths. Wasn't that what Jocat said? I thought that was what that was. Neuroliths was Carbies blended. What's your favorite weapon set in the game? Well, I really like the Moogle weapons, and I really like the Fey weapons. The pretty glowy versions of the Titania weapons. Well then, all-seeing eye, I guess we'll have to awkwardly stand here because you need me to stand on this thing. I also think the Byaku weapons are mildly underrated. Ah, Neuroliths are Carbies thrown into a blender. Sustaining potions are EOS. Right. Also, hey, Penguin Vader. Hope you're doing well. This is such a weird fight. Stop trying to hit me and hit me! I don't think ranked queue is well, the thing is that the ranked queue in PvP is usually extremely alive right when a season starts. So yeah, if you're trying to rank now, that's probably going to be really hard. Why is the next crystal so far away? Come on down. You can do it, all-seeing eye. Remember, everyone, at level 50, Art of War is a gain on 1. Say it with me. Art of War is a gain on 1. And that's not even a joke. You're not level 50. Well, you see, it stays true until level 54, where it stops being true. What level would I need to solo an ARR Extreme Trial? That's a good question. It depends on the job. But if Blue Mage can one-shot Shiva Extreme at level 60... if you have the correct tools, of course, and the right setup. But yeah. And indeed, the autos are pretty strong. It is hilarious to me that until you get the rights for Summoner, like the Topaz, Ruby, and Emerald right, the reason why you would use Topaz Ruin and Emerald Ruin is because it gives you more auto attacks. Otherwise, it's not worth it. Not that it's super needed in this instance, but I wonder if the All-Seeing Eye can be hit by a Blinding Potion. Oh, I didn't bring strong enough Blinding Potions. I didn't plan for this. I had forgotten that there's a level range on those. I was just about to try. And yeah, that's true. Yeah, of course, another reason to use Emerald and Topaz Ruin is for movement. But the point was more that, like, in a damage dealing optimization scenario, it's just for the auto attacks. And that is also true, Edored. Books hit harder than staves. And the books hit harder than punches. That's Astrologian and Sage. And books hit harder than the Rapier of Red Mage. And the book hits harder than all other mages and healers. But that's mainly in the wrist, because the reason it does more damage is because scholars and summoners go to the gym. They know what's good for you. But yeah, to your question, DeathG, I think the best you could do is try. I would say you'd probably need level 60 at least. More is probably better if you want to make it efficient enough that, you know, it's not a problem to do it for Wondrous Tales each week. Where's the next one? Over there. Okay. So hey, Darth. Hope you're doing well. Scholar Trainer is in the Marauders Guild. That is actually a good point. And the Summoner Trainer is in the city with no tanks, so I guess they would go well. We will all have to take the front line at some point, so you might as well be ready for it when that day comes. the canes and staves would break if you try to do high damage autos with them. The books are just more durable. I think the best of the books are probably the ones that are see-through. You know the ones I'm talking about, I'm sure. The random books that are a little holy, to say the least. And not in the churchy kind of way. Boink. 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 For a second there, I thought I could just pull one. Only for a moment, I thought we had hit hilarious gold. Oh look, also it's the jerk anglerfish. It's the return of the king. The janglerfish. The janglerfish. Oh. I feel like I did that really well. What job would a jerk anglerfish probably play? They'd probably play like, I don't know, like a warrior from World of Warcraft. So that it has Sunder Armor. And Battle Shout. Because the jerk anglerfish from Sastasha has a raid buff. And most jerk anglerfish apply a physical vulnerability debuff. Which is a little bit like Sunder Armor. Ow, 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 ow. I'm not sure if I do, like, and I've tried going a little bit back and forth on that to try and figure out what works. David Attenborough narrated a deep-sea documentary, but all anglerfish is specifically referred to as jerk anglerfish. Well, that would be good. Well, I can, whenever I say the, did you know that warrior can solo blah blah synced, I usually have, like, if you check the description of the video, of those videos, you'll see, like, a list of links to mentioned videos and streams. And each link refers to the exact stream where I successfully soloed the thing that I purported was soloable. Like where I made the, like, where the claim originates from. So I haven't made videos of it, but it's there. There's actually also, unless you've turned it off, there's like this thing where sometimes there's like the iCards that appear in the top right of videos. it will pop out and be like, oh, this is soloing exactly the dungeon that I'm talking about. And if you click on that, it'll also show the list of the videos, including the very, very brief description of like, oh, this is the one where I soloed this is the one where I soloed that. But a lot of people have the iCards turned off, I believe. So a lot of people don't realize that they're there. See, this is a perfect demonstration of the kind of stuff Scholar has a little bit of difficulty dealing with. Ranged mobs? Can't kite those. Shockingly. You can't kite those. But I can say in regards to the things that Warrior can or cannot solo, in most of the cases, it's almost always one thing that is insanely hard, and then the rest of it is often very easy. There are cases where the entire dungeon is simple. Weirdly, a lot of Endwalker dungeons were like that. Like, I'm pretty sure, as I recall, that most of the Endwalker dungeons, most of them were like, oh, there's this particular boss that is insanely hard or outright impossible, and then the rest of the dungeon is just a cakewalk. Hey, Traverse, hope you're doing well. We beat Brayflox Longstop. We beat the Mud Puppy Hellbender first try. The only boss we wiped on was actually Yellow Pelican, and that one was so brutal we had to go out and, like, gather supplies. So, Yellow Pelican is something else, I tell you. It's the sleeper monster in that dungeon. Hellbender is so, like, hit or miss that you forget that it's guarded by the Yellow Pelican. Walking on cake sounds unpleasant. And like you have a point there. You're probably right. It's not worth it to walk on cake. Alright, now it's just you and me. Time for the punches and the ground slaps. Do you know how much damage there is in this floor, Forsaken Soul? There is just about this much. And this much. And don't forget this much. But yeah, after we beat Brayflox Longstop with Warrior, we decided to go with Scholar for this one, because we already know that this can be done with Warrior. So it would be more interesting to see if we can do it with Scholar. Hey Murphock, hope you're doing well. Sounds like you haven't. Why has YouTube been like that? Why is YouTube has also been memeing on Ymir today and a few days prior, where it doesn't let her use her emotes. Very annoying. It displayed the chat box with nothing. If you did, you'd be 10 billion times over. Yeah, that sounds about right. Here's a fun fact. When I soloed Cutter's Cry with Scott, ran out of MP. doing this. Like, I reached a point where I had to use regular Ruin because it's slightly cheaper. And the reason why I'm not, like, using Etherflow right now is because I know this boss has some tank busters, and it would be nice to be able to easily heal up between them. Well, Bits, there's one place to start. I believe there is an achievement for killing 10,000 mobs. See if you can find a number on how many people have that achievement. A pretty good start. Tyler, are you all right? Is everything good? Buddy? What? What's happening? Am I the only one seeing this? He keeps running over to where I just was. Used double smash where I was. Oh, now he got called out on it, so now he changed his mind. 200,000 enemies. That also works. Thank you, cat. Tyler is just having a bad day. Hey, Zynite. Hope you're doing well. I am Confusion. Hey, Pierre Squared. Hope you're doing well. The scary thing is, I'm pretty sure at some point in the fight, like, with no warning, he just suddenly replaces his straight punch with, like, an even more powerful straight punch that knocks you back and does way more damage. But I can't remember how much damage it does, so I kind of need to stay healthy just in case. Just in case he just whoops me for 50% of my HP. That would be a really awkward way to die. Just bonks me on the noggin. Or rather, he would bonk me in the noggin. Like, he wouldn't, like, to knock back me, he would have to punch me forward, not downwards. I think. And this is also the annoying part about soloing with a healer. It's that the damage output is a little lower. Oh, here it comes, I think. So we spent a lot of time getting the cardio of the day. Ow. 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 The big owl. He has fiery hands. Now back to the double smash. Double smash. Bonk. I feel like I remember him using the extra big straight punch way more. I don't know what's happening here. Get back here, you! I'm trying to kill you. Stop running. Ow. not sure if this is a good or a bad idea. Because what I know is that the scariest enemies in this room are the Hellsbound warriors. They have a tank buster. With no warning. I can't remember if they patrol over here. I'm pretty sure they don't. But wouldn't that be a weird way to figure that out? They just suddenly come at me and kill me? He's doing his best. Oh, he did try. I think there's... Is it the FFXIV Collections website? That has like some level of like completion stuff? I don't know if it shows how many has it, but it often shows like percentages of people that has a given achievement. That does make sense, Penguin Vader. Then the question is, like, how many people have signed up? Like, if we knew how many have signed up and how many accounts there are, we might be able to, like, make an educated guess on how many have it in total. Hey, Jack. I do feel like so far we're winning. We beat Brayflox Longstop. The only boss that gave trouble was the Yellow Pelican. Again. But we haven't reached the second problem yet. The second problem is... and like the first problem was Hellbender in Brayflox. But it turned out to be an easy one-shot. When you actually know what you're doing. Turns out it's a lot easier. But the second problem that we need to figure out is the last boss here. And I don't know if it's doable with Scholar. I do know it's doable with Warrior, which is why we're not here as Warrior. To see if we can discover something new. %89%. Yeah, exactly, Bitsfox. If you then know how many players that entails, then we have a really good idea of how, like, we have at least a lower bound of how many mobs have been killed in the game. Wouldn't Warrior be missing most of its self-heal toolkit at this level? It would, but it has Thrill of Battle and Potions and Storm's Path. And that is actually better than all the other tanks, I believe. Maybe Gunbreaker's slightly better because of Aurora. But we know it can be done because it has been done by others. Now, Scholar, on the other hand, don't know if I've seen a lot of, like, in general, soloing stuff with Scholar is not something everyone does. I'm pretty sure I'm one of the weirdos that do that. The guy that goes, oh yeah, Scholar's overpowered in A Realm Reborn content. They can solo everything. Or a lot of things, at least. Before we engage the boss, we should probably fish for an Adlo crit. But that is indeed the reason, Shaq, why these kind of fights are not considered as simple like touch and go, easy mode, solo, because Warrior does not have raw intuition in this level range. Warrior does not have equilibrium in this level range. So it's missing the things that make Warrior the most insane. Those are gone. But Warrior is still insane. Like, Warrior is still crazy good at soloing stuff. It's just not complete god tier. Like, to the point where enemies can overwhelm you. In various ways. And the weakness of tanks is generally too much sustained damage, because tanks are quite limited in how much self-healing they have in this level range. Like, you have a certain amount, and if the boss can outrun that, it'll win eventually. Healers, on the other hand, are mainly in the position of, if the boss can burst you down, that's one problem. Another problem is if the boss can outrun the healing you do have, because healers will take way more damage. So, like, it's the same problem as tanks have. It's just that the amount of damage required is slightly higher. That sum alone is 300 trillion mobs. Wow. And yeah, exactly, Shaq. We can't pull very big. Not even with Warrior. But fortunately, the mobs take a lot less to kill, so it's not a big deal. Like, I pulled all of the packs in this dungeon like this. Most of them. Oh, right. The pack with 3 skeleton guys. Aha! We're the Skelly Boys. Come back here so that we can tank buster you. Yeah. Run, Kirby! They'll get you! Yeah. We'll use soul drain on ya. Don't ask how you can survive that. When we drain your soul. Don't worry about it. It makes sense. Yeah, spooky, scary skeletons. Spooky, scary skeletons. It's just so random. I don't remember that much about the mobs in this dungeon. I just remember that these guys were some of the scariest mobs in the dungeon, because they hit just as hard as all the other mobs. But they also, like every other swing or so, they also use Soul Drain, which is a unique damage, and hits just as hard as their auto attacks. So essentially, they hit twice, sometimes, which is never fun when you're soloing, because that means that you can't predict the damage as easily. Skeletons or bees? Bees would be more dangerous, especially for a healer. But I'm pretty sure I soloed Sunken Temple of Qarn with Scholar. Matthew says 30 million times 200,000 is not 300 trillion. Oh yeah, that's not 300 trillion. Hey, you know, it's been a while. Thank you so much for the super chat. Hope you're doing well. Meow. Meow. And that's also true, Darth. You would be able to probably kill one of them. Let's go with the spell speed food. Now, how long will it take me to get a crit? Top stinks? Have you been progging on top, You think you're lost on the rock to your right here? Oh yeah, that's a good idea. It'll take 51 minutes. Oh boy, I hope not. There we go. It was just waiting for someone to suggest a number. Not entirely sure what I'm trying to accomplish here. Trying to figure out what works and what doesn't work. I'm line of sighting myself here specific. Wait a minute. His cleave didn't work. That's interesting intel, I guess. I'm sure you'll get it, So good luck on the continued prog. Like how he has a moment of introspection every time he does something. Yeah. Like he does his frontal cleave tank bust and then he's like, that didn't kill you. Well, I have to try something else then. Oh, I dodged it. Nice. I'm like just trying to mess with him as much as possible, so he's having a hard time figuring out where I'm going. Oh, I dodged that as well. And that is true, Viv. The problem is I don't actually want his auto attacks either. That's that's the tank strat. If you can take his auto attacks, you can just like spin him. But if you're a healer, it might not be the best idea. So what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to make it so that I'm just not in range when it happens. But because of the size of the arena and the size of his cleaves, doesn't work that well. That was the perfect time for a crit. I'm not entirely in agreement that hit me, but okay. See, that one missed, but I was pretty confident that should have hit me. He ran over to me and then was like, oh right, crystal. Give me my lucid dreaming. I clicked it. I don't think I dodged that. Nope. Come on down. I sure hope he can't just randomly crit that. Famous last words. I was hoping I could use line of sight on it, but that doesn't seem to work either. Not that well, at least. How did I not get hit by that one? Have you heard of consistency, Patrol? Do you speak it? Consistency, the language. I think I might just sandbag it for a bit so I can recover some MP. I don't think it does anything if you're really slow about it, does he? Because I could just hang out here and wait for Lucid Dreaming and Aether Flow to be ready. Does he do anything? Have you ever tried swatting a fly as it zips everywhere? Yeah, that sounds about right. Does anyone know? Does he do anything if you give him all the time in the world with a crystal? Because otherwise I could like just do this. Just wait for my cooldowns and then give myself a big shield. So that we have a good start for the last like 40%. Yeah, I agree, Darth. It would be weird if he suddenly had something. But then again, he also seems like he would have something, right? Like, it's weird that he, like, links up to the crystal and then just nothing. Like, that's a weird, end result. If it literally does nothing. Like, what it does is makes him impervious to damage, which means he has infinite time to hurt you. So, like, that's something. Well, I shouldn't have put that last dot armor up on him. That's a lot of damage. That's a lot more damage. Oh, that's really good. That's him wasting his time. Now, this, on the other hand, is what I would refer to as less good. Can you not close off my hiding room? Could we not do this, buddy? What? Oh, he moved one. Perfect. Nice. I was like, did he buff himself again? It doesn't seem like he got more strong. He didn't get an extra stack or anything. That was actually pretty good. I didn't want my shield to block it. I wanted to use Lustrate, so that was actually really, really nice. I'm just like the crit master right now. What's going on? I feel like I'm cheating. I feel like the game hurt me because it felt like it was just in like making it so that it skipped my cast there. Just messed me up there. Oh, you feel like you're cheating? Let's help you not cheat then. By wasting your resources on not doing the thing you wanted. And there you go. It's just Kabi splashing in the Kabi pool. Help! There we go. The Scholar can totally do this. I will say, I was really lucky with a lot of Adlo crits. But then again, I feel like I didn't see him use the circle AoE, like the spin that you sometimes see him do. I didn't see him use that. Weird. But yeah, I feel like back when we got to Dzemael Darkhold originally, I think I tried that boss like 3 or 4 times and then went, I don't think it can be done. I don't know why I felt that way, because like, I mean, that felt very tight, but it didn't feel impossible. Like if I had wiped here, during this, I might have gone, it takes too long. Like if I ran out of time, maybe that's what happened, that it took me too many tries and I didn't want to re-clear. Yeah, I'm glad to hear that, Pair Square. Thank you. Yeah, the fact that he starts to use the line AoE in his regular lineup of mechanics in the last phase is actually a good thing. I've talked about this so many times in this, like in these solo challenges. When the boss does something that you can dodge, you're winning because you can just dodge. Could it be 4 expansions worth of solo practice? Maybe, but I feel like most of that practice has been warrior, and most of that practice has also been warrior being so insanely strong that you didn't need to use the more obscure gimmicks like line of sighting or like kiting extensively or spinning the boss. I think what might have intimidated me is that we learned, like I learned on the day I was trying it, that the way that it was beaten was by spinning the boss, and I concluded I can't do it, and also it doesn't work for Scholar. As you could see, the moment where I tried to spin the boss, I suddenly started dying faster. So I was there as Scholar and went, well, I can't do that, so I guess I can't do it, instead of trying, which, in retrospect, I could have just tried. And that also means next up is Baelsar's Wall, which we'll be doing as Warrior. I'm actually pretty confident Scholar can't do it. How much HP do we have in Baelsar's Wall? Also, this won't work. But it could be practice. I also went on to do Orum Veil later as Scholar with no issue, right? So, you know, it could have been a practice thing. I have the bigger potions. It's not that big of a difference, I don't think. I have the very, very large potions. And now we're back to insanely overpowered warrior. But I don't think we're pulling everything. That's just too far. Well, Traverse, let me put it like this. The hardest boss in Orum Veil for Scholar is the first boss. Because the first boss has a frontal cleave that it uses regularly that can hit you for like 80% of your HP. So you have, every time the boss walks up to you, you kind of have to make sure you have either full HP or Adlo ready. Or you die. But because Scholar can kite so easily, it's doable. Oh, that is a fair point, Traverse. The irony there is in Orum Veil being easy in any way, I suppose. I should have started running sooner. I had forgotten there was a ranged mob in the pack. Yeah, I don't think Orum Veil is hard. I think I've given that impression in my mentor roulettes, that I get surprised when I get like a replacement queue, like I'm replacing someone, and it's just Orum Veil. Like, why would that be a problem? It's just Orum Veil. And that has still been the case when I've had like a tank that pulled like a madman. Again, we can fix that. Like, it's solvable. It's no big deal. But Orum Veil is one of the weirder duties. Which makes it harder because people don't know how to deal with it. I should start running after this Raw Intuition. Do we have other ranged? Was that it? Not entirely sure. I think they're just catching up to me, and that hurts. Yeah, personally, like, while we're on that subject of other AR dungeons, I would rather have Orum Veil than Stone Vigil with a shaky healer. Because I feel like there's way more pain points in Stone Vigil. Like, particularly problematic pulls. And if I'm not the tank or the healer, then it makes it even worse. Because that means I don't have the ability to control what we're pulling. And that means I can't, you know, pull less if I don't think the healer can take it. Any pre-AoE dungeon on healer is miserable. It's weird. That's for certain. When I get dungeons like that, for me, a huge part of it is that I just emphasize, well, if I make sure the tank is healthy, like, if you spam healing the tank means they can get away with pulling more, then you spam healing the tank is a DPS gain. Which is really backwards, because what I'm basically saying is using Cure 1 in Sastasha aggressively might actually be a good idea. That's essentially what I'm saying. But it's, you know, in context. If the healing is needed, then the healing is needed. And I don't know either. The thing is with Orum Veil is that the difficulty of Orum Veil is heavily up to whether or not you understand that first room or not. If you've played other MMOs, or at the very least understand what it is that makes that first room a little dangerous, and respect it, then it isn't hard. Like, the first room in Orum Veil, the easiest way to do it is to line of sight pull it. And, like, hug a wall. All of those things you would do in, like, a vanilla World of Warcraft dungeon. Like, or a TBC dungeon, or a Wrath of the Lich King dungeon. You might do all of those things. But if you haven't done those things, then it might seem very alien. And exactly, there's many ranged mobs. The frogs can force you into a position you didn't plan for. But I think what causes Stone Vigil to be a bigger problem is that people discovered that it is possible to do the entire first area of Stone Vigil. Like, basically every part of Stone Vigil can be done as one wall-to-wall pull. And for some reason, a lot of players have this idea that it is possible, henceforth we shall do it. Instead of going, some people can. That does not include me, necessarily. That's a thing that I feel like a lot of people, like, don't realize, is that just because something is possible doesn't mean that you can or should do it. I think it was late there. Is it only spawning one because I'm specifically alone? I think I might have messed up my cooldowns here. I think we're wiping this try. Is it always 8.4 thousand? That is 50%. I thought it was 75%. Yeah, I shouldn't have a food buff then. That only makes it harder. And it is weird that a Realm Reborn dungeons don't have a minimum item level. I've had to abandon an Orum Veil run a long time ago because my tank was a Dark Knight that had done none of their job quests. Leveled through Palace of the Dead, they said. And they had a level 30 weapon and mostly level 35 gear. And the healer was a Sprout. They had like level 35 or so gear. But they had their job quest stuff for the most part. I think they hadn't done all of it. Still, the tank was perfectly aware they actually shouldn't have queued for Orum Veil because their gear wasn't up to it and so on. Like, they knew that they shouldn't have done that, but they did it anyway because they were tired of Palace of the Dead. Weird how that works. But that's once out of all the times I did Orum Veil. That was a really, really annoying time for the boss to do the half HP hit. But yeah, perfect. Give me the tank buster too now. Why not? Bruh. Yeah, Catch not only coming in undergeared, but the Dark Knight specifically hadn't done any of their job quests. They just had the level 30 toolkit. But they hadn't had trouble with that because they were leveling Palace of the Dead where they just give you your actions anyway. And that was back in super late Stormblood, I think? Or was it early Shadowbringers? I can't quite remember, but the point is that they could not hold aggro on account of doing garbage damage. Yeah, Mokius, it's been a while. Hope you're doing well. Oh yeah, Vivi, that's also a classic. Like, I will say, when I was talking about their gear, I was specifically pointing out that their left side gear sucked. Like, in fairness, you can only do so much with a Realm Reborn stuff because they, like, don't really give you anything good. Right? Like, that's fair. But if you come in with a level 30 weapon, in a level 49 dungeon, then you're asking for trouble. Like, you're straight up asking to mess it up. I'm trying to figure out if I can... This might be fine. Well, I said might. I have to say, Cat, I do not know how you managed to do this. Goddammit says, I don't know either. Me neither. And what was the story? You tried again later and couldn't replicate it? That's really weird, Bronto. Because the free gear, the free job gear doesn't include any accessories. Like what did they think? What is it they were thinking of? Get the free stuff. I'm wearing the free stuff. No, get the rest of it. There is no more. This is it. This is all of it. No, I'm sure there's more. Surely this isn't all of it. There were some crits there. I do realize that there's one mistake I've been making. I've been pairing Thrill of Battle with Equilibrium. I should be pairing it with Potion. Why? Why? Why so far away? I think it's better to just use Thrill of Battle for the 20% HP heal. As long as it's not running when the percentage hit happens, it's probably fine. Oh. That's as close as it could get without me dying. Another crit. And for anyone wondering, yes, I am intentionally just ignoring like beast gauge and stuff just to try and survive. That order was awkward. I wanted to use Thrill with Potion, but I don't feel like I could I could risk having more HP for the percentage hit. Oh, this is going to hurt, like, so much. Ugh. I sure hope that didn't snapshot when the marker was placed. It did not. That's good at least. As not super great. I would have liked if it didn't survive an entire extra hit there. It was so close, like like single-digit frames close to getting it. Amokius, what we know is in the job action trailer stream. We've seen visuals for some jobs, and in that job action trailer stream, we were told, in broad strokes, some of the things. What I can tell you is Dragoon is not getting reworked. They're getting changes, but they're not actually getting reworked after all. Astrologian is getting reworked. Monk is getting an overhaul to how their, like, combos work. And Ninja is getting a rework to how, like, Armor Crush works. Futon is now an AoE version of Suiton. But the best you could do is watch that stream. It's like 5 hours long. If you really want to know. That was this was rough. It's way too long. Only for me to wipe. It really sucks. But yeah, I would recommend watching that because, like, I could say a lot of things, but I, like, prioritize some things that you might not, so you might not know for certain. Or, yeah, like, you might not get the information you're looking for. But we don't have any tooltips. There was some leaks yesterday, but we don't even know if they're real. So, like, that's kind of the problem, right? We have seen something. We don't know if it's real. And what we've seen is not very much. So, like, take it as you will. We don't know very much. Yet. The worst part is I feel like I got in a really good rhythm on the last attempt, and now I can't find my way back in it. Zav says, I think I remember back in our Realm Reborn when I complained about not being able to get into, I think, Castrum Meridianum because of item level, and my friend said that I needed crafted accessories. Yeah, that could be a problem if you just had nothing. Hey, Ardell. Hope you're doing well. Did they not know about vendor accessories? Well, Darth, the thing is that vendor accessories mega suck, like ultra suck in a Realm Reborn. Like, it's like they're really bad. But I suppose you know, you could get something just for the item level. But they do suck, like extremely so. Like, after a Realm Reborn? After a Realm Reborn, it gets way better. Like, you can pretty much buy something for every level you need. It's not great, because it's normal quality, but it's better than nothing. It feels like it's just barely possible. That's the worst part, is that it's so close every time That a single little mistake could be the difference. And that's also an extremely stupid mistake to lose Holmgang to. Like, I was only at 1 HP for a moment. Yeah, that's it. I'm out of sync. Couldn't heal in time. At some point, I was late with Raw Intuition, and now I was behind for the rest of the poll. The only thing missing is me beating it and then we time out. Although, I do believe we discovered that the rest of the dungeon is way easier, right? Or at least somewhat easier. It is better to use the burst to get rid of the ad, it seems. Because it does like 800 damage for every GCD that it's alive. So if there's nothing else to keep it alive for, then get rid of it. Oh, perfect. Came down right where I needed it and everything. If it used the launcher thing that cuts your HP down like that, if it used that like 5 seconds slower, like it just took 5 more seconds each time, that would make it way more possible. Even 1 second would help immensely. And we're going down again. Because of the raw intuition thing. I need to use raw intuition at the start. And then I need to use raw intuition right around when the ad comes. Right as I get up to it, use raw intuition immediately. Because if I do it at any other time, then and then of course use it on cooldown after that. But if I do it at any other time, then raw intuition will no longer line up with the ad, and then I'll fall behind. This victorious music is very awkward for the run back, by the way. Hey Ozzy, hope you're doing well. Let me try this. Maybe that will work. I really wish I had like one OGCD attack. Just one. Just a little something. So that I, like, if the ad survives with a fraction of HP left, I could just go and finish it. Because if it survives with like a sliver of HP, that means it gets a full extra 1000 of my HP for free. You mean the enemies can't play their own music? No! No! Not a fan. They don't get to play victory music when they kill me. That's not the deal here. That's not how this works. It's a victory fanfare for the boss. But the evil version. Ow. Oh boy, it's the first one with no cooldowns, or no good cooldowns at least. That one is always massively problematic. How are you hitting me? I'm outrunning you. Is that not how the sprint works? That's how it worked last time. Consistency, have you heard of it? I think something got pushed. I don't know if this still aligns. It kinda still works, I think. I should really just make a macro to undo Thrill of Battle instead of manually right-clicking it each time. It's really... Eventually I'll right-click a buff that I actually needed. The really big delay on the attack sometimes is scary. Let me just say that. That Storm's Path that takes like a full 1.5 seconds before the heal comes in. Not fun. Mid-attack, even. Yeah, basically, the red marker attack, the one that hits me like a freight train every single time catch, the reason why I'm not using any defensive cooldowns for it, despite it hurting so much, is because it doesn't... It ignores damage reduction. It does 50% of your max HP in damage. Whatever much you have. That's also the reason why I don't have any food buff, because it would increase my HP by about 10%. Which would mean that I take more damage. From only that, of course. But everything else is survivable. Really annoying. I was back in a rhythm that kind of worked. And I think I had a cooldown to heal with, but I was certain that, like, the Raw Intuition heal would come out in time, and then it just didn't. What if you took off accessories? Hard to say, actually, because while we're on the subject, the tank buster from the boss only does slightly less damage than the red marker thing. So if I took off gear, then it would only, like, it would reduce the damage I do and reduce the damage of that particular mechanic, but it would take very little, and then I would just be afraid of the tank buster instead. Yeah, this one isn't working either. Why are you AoEing against only 2 targets? Because Raw Intuition heals me per target hit. So basically it doubles my healing. Would taking off gear reduce your healing? Yes. Because and that's actually also a good point. If I took off gear, then the strength on my accessories would mean I heal less. So that would probably also not be a good idea for that. If I had any gear pieces that only gave vitality and nothing else, then that might be something worth investigating. But for the rest, I don't think it'll help. But it is not bad ideas. Like, I don't know what'll work, but I'm trying stuff. See what I can do. For example, I feel like I'm getting further by just not using Storm's Eye, which means I get way more heals. And it might help a little bit, this stepping away. But I will also say that it does seem like it's a very clear part of doing this is randomly being lucky with Raw Intuition crit heals. Because if I get crit heals, then I get fully healed when the ad comes up. If I don't get crits, then I don't get fully healed. And that makes a huge difference, because I need that healing for the later mechanic. Yeah, Blue. Raw Intuition is an absolutely insane cooldown. Like it's like the thing that makes Warrior so broken in content, just in general. Like in some capacity, this would be harder if the ad wasn't there. Like that's how much it, like how big of a difference it makes. I don't know for certain if it would be harder. But I can say it might be harder without the ad. Given that the ad also does quite a lot of damage. So it's not like it just presents itself as like a free juice box to heal up on. Like it's not entirely free. If it wasn't there, we might not need the ad. I feel like I'm falling behind. See, this time it works. A different pull, it just went, nah, I'm hitting you anyway. Don't you just love consistency? I wish we had it. Consistency. should have waited with the potion until after the hit. Consistency, game. Do we have this? I earlier today I praised Final Fantasy XIV for it being consistent and not chaotic, and then the game does this to me. Amazing. It's just randomly depending on whether the server decided that it makes sense or not. It's just random chance. And it's like, the reason why it's happening like that, I believe, is a result of like whether the server sees the boss as being closer to me or not. And it's just a little random with the swing timer. Hey Jefferson, hope you're doing well. And there's the crit, of course. And we're down. Nope. I wasted Holmgang because I didn't actually die. And then I survived by a fraction of HP. Maybe we can recover this? I would have wished for a crit there, but nope. You get the crits when you don't need them. That's how it works. Right, so the rest of the dungeon. GG easy. Yeah. Not even, yeah. I was just about to say, I don't think I would survive that last half HP hit. But I would have survived it. Just barely. But I don't actually know if I have enough time to beat the rest of the dungeon. Oh, it's a frontal line. I thought it was like some attack it used on me. That's why I stunned it. Yeah, what a stress-free experience. It's like one of those fights where it's only possible. Like, it's exactly possible, it feels like. And because it's exactly possible, it also means that the reason it's possible is you just have to be lucky. Which is the kind of fight that I'm not the biggest fan of, like, progging. See, when you follow my advice, you kill the boss. What was your advice again, Steve? Just don't lose. VX says, was this a roadblock last time as well? Last time, there was no last time in my case. I basically looked at the situation and was like, well, the final boss will just chain you. But then we discovered that the final boss does in fact not use the chain if you're alone. So the final boss is beatable. And then it turned out that the actual hard boss was the first boss. And yeah, exactly, Cat Damon. Like, the entire fight, the first boss has a cadence of around 25 seconds. Like, around every 25 seconds, it uses the red marker. Around every 25 seconds, it uses the tank buster. Around 50 seconds, it summons an ad. So if Raw Intuition had a single second longer cooldown, you probably wouldn't be able to do it. Have you tried not dying? Step 1 to winning the game. Just don't die, Labao. Another idea is weaving a food before popping thrill so the 20% heal from the ladder is bigger. And then that is a good point. But yeah, I think the act of using the food would delay GCDs, which would ultimately be a bigger healing loss than a gain. Because, like, the whole reason why I wasn't using Storm's Eye was to get Storm's Path more often. Like, there were combo timings where I would use Mithril Tempest, so it wasn't always, like, I had a lot of uptime on Surging Tempest despite everything. But it was the point that I was specifically not using Storm's Eye. Like, if it drops, then it drops. Food weaving. What was it? I believe in a classic WoW, players discovered that the most effective way to recover MP as a healer was to just use an intellect pot that gave you a buff that increased, like, your intellect, which gives you more MP. And then just right-click off the potion and drink another one. Because the increased MP is given to you, like, as extra MP. Rather than just increasing the cap. Isn't that how tinctures work? Well, not quite. They used a flask that is supposed to give you, like, an hour's worth of more intellect, but you just use it, throw away the buff, and use another one. because it gave you more MP more efficiently than actually drinking mana potions. And yeah, it's very expensive. Let's just say with the remaining time on the clock, there isn't time for wipes on the other bosses. Because the trash will take like 10 minutes, and each boss kill will probably take like 10 minutes. Yeah, I did beat the first boss, Cyanide. Yeah, so just don't... Yeah, exactly. Just don't wipe on the bosses you've never soloed before. I mean, the alternative is getting a few friends to help me back to each boss, so that we can continue the solo attempt. But I don't know if we actually will be doing that. This might take way too long. We'll see. Yeah, exactly, Catch. Like, the general idea is it possible? Sometimes there could be the argument, if there's a specific pull that takes an eternity to do, that it would be like, well, I mean, there isn't enough time in the dungeon to beat the dungeon. Like, that's a different story. But the question is, can you beat it? We've actually done this before. Like, I soloed Castrum Meridianum in 2 separate sets, because Black Eft took too long. So we timed out just before the final boss. But, like, the combined time, if we, like, didn't include the wipes, still left, like, 30 minutes or something. So it wasn't a big deal. It was totally doable. Oh, right, I need to move on. I do agree with that, Darth. But then again, I also want to point out that the boss randomly decided to do more damage to me sometimes. So I'm just saying that the boss was also trolling me with RNG. So I feel like we were even Stevens on that one. Like, sometimes I could just run away from the boss, like, with sprint, and it wouldn't hurt me. Other times, it would just get free pot shots at me anyway, and there was no consistency to it. How much damage does Launcher do? 5,000. That feels a lot more manageable. So now is when the ads show up, right? Oh man, if only I had raw intuition right now. Uh-oh. Oh, it's just 1 more 1,000. I can take that. Well, yeah, I do agree, Darth, that it does kinda suck when a boss fight turns out to be beatable because random chance. That's also why I was kinda miffed that multiple times throughout the boss fight I was like, oh yeah, I survived that one because I got enough raw intuition heal crits. I didn't survive because I'm a genius. I survived because I was lucky. And that happened multiple times. Because that's just, like, that's how tight the fight is. If I remember correctly, Distress Beacon and Magitech bits are mutually exclusive. So because it used Magitech bits, the ads are coming next time. How long? Is it a full minute? I guess it is. I used raw intuition right as they came. I got impatient right as they were coming up. That sucks. That's what we call big oof. It's what we call the big oofening. The monster version is completely different, Zaf. It seems to do about 30% every time. I think that might mean we can't do it. At least not in this run. Elana, what Ultra means by missing it is that Ultra Vibration has a very specific range, and if you mess that up, well, then you don't have Ultra Vibration. And sometimes when you pull as a Blue Mage, you pull with very specific intent to use Ultra Vibration, so if you don't have it, that means you die now. Dynamic Sensory Jammer is like, yeah, it's exactly do nothing. But despite what the tooltip says, it's do nothing when the timer hits 0. You can do whatever you want for the rest of the duration. It's just that you have to be doing nothing when it hits 0. It's really weird. Right. So... oh, this time it started with the ads. Wonderful. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. It's the same as, like, there's a whole bunch of these kinds of mechanics where it shows, like, a die counting down over your head. I always forget what they're called. But it's the same as that. It's just they decided to use a different visual for it this time. Just this time. No other time. Actually, maybe it might be better without food buff. That 5,000 damage could be less. Acceleration bomb. Yeah, exactly. Good night, Cat Damon. But that's the weird thing about the dynamic sensory jammer, is that the tooltip reads as if it's a combination of pyretic and acceleration bomb, but it's just acceleration bomb. but with a different, like with a different visual. It is weird that they have like different versions of the same mechanic in this way, where it seems like, based on what you're all saying, it sounds like that this marker is the Garlean version of Acceleration Bomb. Like, they just made a special Garlean version or something. And then it also appears in A10 for some reason. Is it right to say that it alternates between Dynamic Sensory Jammer and then Magitech bits, then Jammer, and then this Distress Beacon? Distress Bacon? I could use some distress... I could at least use some Stress Bacon. How about that? Yeah, distressed bacon. Yeah, exactly. De-stressed bacon. It does seem like that's like the mechanic sequence, is that it alternates in that exact way. What? I wasn't doing anything! What happened? What did I do? Did I move? Did I auto-attack? Did it just decide to lag on me? What? Well... that sucked. Yeah, as far as I can see, I wasn't doing anything. The game just decided, nah, not this time. Well then, I guess I'll have to be extra careful with that one. Nah, Zepcast, that's the reason why I on-target the boss every time I'm dealing with that mechanic. So that wasn't it. I actually checked the combat log and saw that I was not attacking. Like, I swung at it, then like at least a full second passed, and then it decided that I didn't do it right. But that is it. Like, I don't know if you noticed, but I specifically on-target the boss every time. So that's not it. But yes, that would absolutely trigger it. Auto-attacking counts as moving. Ow. Yeah, that's my way of making sure that I'm not auto-attacking. I'll just do this. Whatever. If you're going to be so pedantic, game, that you'll hit me because I didn't stop 2 seconds in advance? And I'll just not do anything in the mechanic entirely. But yeah, I don't think we'll see Sloppy this time. The armored weapon robbed you of that, everyone. Remember that. Armored weapon cheated. That's the reason why we don't get Sloppy. And yeah, that is actually true, Ultro, Steve. Optimally, you do want to auto-attack as a caster. It's not very much damage, but it also depends on what kind of caster you are. Like, if you're a black mage, it probably doesn't matter. But if you're a summoner, or a like if you're a summoner or a scholar, then it does matter a bit more. Even at max level, your auto attack is like 1% of a Ruin 3 cast. That's not much. I recognize that that's not very much. Like that's not exactly something that counts as impressive, right? But it's not zero. I could imagine what might have happened is that like I started moving a frame too soon or something, but I'm pretty sure that's not what I did. And that's why I was so shocked, was because I'm pretty sure it was doing nothing when it suddenly went, oh, you got hit there. And see, that's the thing, Ham. The Summoner and Scholar auto attacks happen about every 3.17 seconds. Something like that. Delayed by 1 second every time you cast a spell with a 1.5 second cast time. For some reason. Slide casting and all that. But that still means that you're auto-attacking like about every 3.5 seconds or so. If you're in range to do it. It's a shame. I feel like we might have been able to make it if we hadn't had those 2 wipes. What we can do is push as far as we can. And then see what we do afterwards. And yeah, I'm guessing that Steve is mostly memeing with the cloth gear creasing thing. But if you, like, as I've taught in my guides, the general idea as a ranged job is if you don't have a good reason to be far away, you have to come closer. Or you should come closer. And the most common reason for being far away is often that people are like, well, I don't get hit as much when I'm far away. When in reality, if the mob wanted to hit you, like if they actually wanted to hit you, they'd just come over. Like they'd just come over to your place and beat you up. They'd just do that. It's that easy. And if it's a boss, well, they'll just put the circle AoE on you. Or they'll put the cone AoE towards you, and because you're 30 miles away, the cone is enormous. So often, like, there are situations where being far away might be beneficial, but there are far more situations where being far away is actually detrimental. So if you don't know whether it's better or not, then it's better to be close. To give a concrete example, the first boss in Aetherfont. Where is the best place to put your ley lines? Right in your opener as a black mage. Where should you put your ley lines? Under the fish with legs. Any suggestions, everyone? Where do you put your ley lines? The first mechanic the boss does is a half-room cleave in front of it. Under the boss, exactly. Why? Because if you put your ley lines under the boss, it doesn't matter which direction the boss is facing, you can just walk behind it, because your ley lines are under it. You can just move behind it. Yeah, exactly, Ablu. The final boss in Dzemael Darkhold is an example of why you don't want to be in front of the boss. For no reason. But you could still be near the boss. As long as the tank doesn't, like, spin the boss wildly around, that's perfectly safe. First boss showed us what enemies think about distance. Also true. Well, I think I'm close enough, and then it just punches you anyway. And attack speed slow. Really? In this economy? This GCD economy? So what I'm hoping is that we can at least start the fight with Mr. Schlobby, so that we can get like a feel for whether it was possible or not. Or how possible it was. I think this boss doesn't have percentage-based attacks. Can we finally have a food buff? Yeah. Ah, good old raid wide. No, I don't. Don't get sloppy. Sloppy.
I'll tear you limb from limb.
Don't. I need them.
Sloppy.
Sloppy.
For Alamigo! I have you now.
Yeah.
How'd you like these?
I don't. I wouldn't like these.
Yeah!
Joe Sloppy, the events of the Sloppy Joe. There's Sloppy Joe. Does he have anything else left up his sleeve, or was that it? I think the only thing he has left is the Sanguine Blade where he dashes twice. That you should have stayed over there. That would have been like a longer run for me, buddy. That was sloppy on your end.
I'll tear you limb from limb. Sloppy. For Alamigo!
Looking at his HP, I think it would have been possible if I had 10 minutes.
I have you now. How'd you like these? Yeah!
Doesn't look like he has anything left. It's just this. There's just not enough time.
Sloppy.
Sloppy.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
It would be nice. Thinking about it, it would be nice. Like, I understand the duty timer and all that, but it would be nice if they made it so that like the timer just says last try. You're out when the time when you wipe. But I could imagine some people would abuse this just for the sake of it. All right, Minmay. Good night.
How'd you like these?
Cutting it a bit close. I mean, I don't think we're making it.
Yeah!
Yeah, that's the problem. We're about halfway after 4 minutes of combat. So with 10 minutes, we would have done it. Runtom says, what point is then keeping a dungeon instance open? Excellent question. People do stupid things just because they can. And absolutely, this boss is definitely the easiest in this duty. It's not even a question of whether it's beatable. This is very beatable. if I just had more time.
Sloppy. For Alamigo!
I think that counts. Imagine 1000 Scholar bots camping in an easy dungeon, camping an easy dungeon boss with fairy healing just to spite Square Enix. Yeah, exactly. Can we call this a yes, or do we have to get the kill for it? I think that it's pretty clear that it can be done, but I mean, Cat Damon did it somewhat recently as well. The general observation, which I think is the more interesting result of this, is the last boss is easy. As in, like, there's no question. Like, that boss is totally doable as a warrior. The second boss is rather close, but very beatable. The first boss is one of those where you need to get lucky to beat it, which is not a good sign. Like, that's not a good start. You need to get lucky simply because it does so much damage that you need critical hits on your, like, random critical hits on Raw Intuition. And random critical hits on Equilibrium. Otherwise, you will be lacking healing. But that's actually not surprising at all. For a lot of dungeons, the last boss is the easiest. Like, if I just go down this list here, right? Dusk Vigil, the first boss, and the second boss are both way harder than the final boss. Dzemael, the second boss is insanely hard, but the last boss is easy. The Aerie, specifically the last boss, is impossible because of Sable Price. The Vault, I'm pretty sure the first boss is the hardest. Great Gubal Library? You know, I don't even remember if any of the bosses is a particular problem there. But it's a classic of this series that a mid-boss is the hardest randomly. Like, for example, we did Brayflox Longstop. The hardest bosses are the Yellow Pelican and Hellbender, which is boss 1 and 3. For some reason. Now do go Good King Mugglebog solo. I mean, I'm guessing you mean on normal. Because it's not possible on extreme. We already know that. But yeah, we beat... We did beat 3 out of... Well, mostly 3 out of 3 so far. The only dungeon left on my list for rematch was Castrum Abania. But I didn't expect to take this long to get to this point. The stopgap, the problem boss in Castrum Abania, was the final boss. But not for the reasons you'd think. I remember, I think I wiped like 5 times on the second boss. And when I finally beat it, I only had time. Yes, I did it after the rework, Zaf. It was after the rework. I'm pretty sure the after rework version might even be harder to solo, but it's specifically the second boss that got reworked. The problem with the final boss was mainly that I didn't have enough time. If I remember correctly, the problem on the second boss isn't even the towers. The problem is the stack marker. The stack marker hurts a lot. And I'm pretty sure the vulnerability stacks increase your damage taken exponentially. So, like, one stack might increase the damage you take by 10%. The second stack doesn't make it 20%. It might make it 30 or 40%. Just relative to how much more damage it felt like I was taking. And the way that if I remember correctly, the way I made it work was that I used tools like Shake It Off, like barriers, to block a vulnerability stack and things like that. And part of it was also that the boss looped, like, at a certain point, and, like, he would go to the stack marker part, like the stack at a specific part, and if you didn't block the vulnerability stacks, the only way to live it, I believe, was with Holmgang. And I remember running, like, a specific thing that I remember going over was, people were like, why don't you just use Holmgang for that mechanic? And my reason for not using Holmgang was, Holmgang has a 4-minute cooldown, and the boss loops in less than 4 minutes. So if I can't figure out how to deal with this mechanic without Holmgang, then I'm just postponing the inevitable. The boss will loop more than 2 times, or at least 2 times, before it dies. So if I don't know how to do it without Holmgang, then I'll just die the second time. With that said, alright, Giraheen, thank you for coming. With that said, we could try Inferno, that's the final boss, but that would require that I get a team to help me get to Inferno. Then we could try for a bit. What I remember with that fight was that the boss just has an overwhelming amount of damage output. But I also feel like I gave up on that one in a similar fashion to Dzemael Darkhold, where I was like, oh, I can't do it, the boss is too strong. After a few tries. But definitely, Zarv, the towers themselves hurt, but a warrior can live it. What kills you is the vulnerability stacks. Like, that's something that I've dealt with previously on these streams, is, oops, you messed up a mechanic, now you have a vulnerability stack, it's going to just eat your defensive cooldown for the next 2 minutes, and when it runs out, has he not seen me? I did see you. Not in game. Were you there in game? I did see your message, Emir. Do it for the vine. But the thing is, what I remember from Inferno is that before Inferno gets pumped up, it's already strong enough to outpace a warrior's self-healing, I'm pretty sure. But he only gets pumped up, I believe, a maximum of 4 times. With the way it works being specifically that he will pump up once, and then there's the Magitech Deathclaw bringing, like, extra help. If that one reaches its destination, it pumps up an extra time. And it can pump up twice per arm, if I remember correctly, which, like, determines different mechanics changing. Or upgrading, rather. And it did, like, it was already strong enough. Like, it was already powerful enough to beat me. Like, it didn't need help. But it gets it. But it is worth pointing out, like, if I remember correctly. Oh yes, now I remember. Every time Inferno goes over to get buffed up, 2 ads spawn. One of them with like extra boost for the boss. If it makes it to the destination, the boss pumps up twice instead of only once. But the boss can only pump up a grand total of 4 times. So after this, like after you let that ad do its business twice, then it'll do nothing for the future. But it will also stop spawning. As in, when the boss is fully charged, it will no longer spawn that ad. But there's 2 ads. And the second ad is a death claw that if it reaches you, it stuns you until the death claw is killed. And it will grab you if you get into melee range of it. So you have to basically ranged attack it down. And while this is happening, Inferno's just bashing away at you. So that's what makes the fight so brutal. Is that the first 2 times you can use the second, like the first ad, as extra raw intuition healing. After that, you just have that extra ad that will just instant, like, basically give you doom. Like, if it reaches you, you're dead. You're on. Well, I would need 2. I think I would need 2 more volunteers. To be able to, like, reach it in a decent time. If I remember correctly, the way that the Caetsu slash upgrades is... I remember it applies a bleed when it's upgraded. I think it also does more damage when it's upgraded again. Hammer's on the way. An angel's on the way. Okay, well I'll wait then. I'll wait for you. Let me know when you're on. It is funny, with Castrum Abania, I believe the first boss was no issue, then the second boss felt almost impossible, and then there's like Inferno. So I do believe that the way that it went down is that by the time we reached Inferno, I was just so exhausted from the boss being so strong, like from the previous boss, that I didn't have any more creative energy to figure out what to do with it. Oh yeah, you're floating. But it would be interesting to see if it can be done. DC travel is taking a while today? Yeah, I don't know what it is that can impact the speed of DC travel. My best guess is if a lot of people is DC traveling, or if the data center is like having a lot of stuff to do. But I am glad that we managed to do the 3 other dungeons at the very least. It would have been quite a shame if I couldn't beat Hellbender. Like we just stuck on that one boss for 3 hours. We could probably also just run it as 3. Why not? Why not? I am assuming that was the right name. I hope so. So just reiterating, the plan is that we just run through the dungeon as normal, and then when we get to Inferno, then you all leave and leave me to my fate of possibly having trouble beating the boss. Oh yeah. This is also one of those, this is like the first dungeon where we had access to inner release, and then it's just not a triumph, to say the least. Just not at all. Like the first one where you just have inner release and it's just easy burst. And then the bosses are just way too hard. I do feel like I kind of remember that. Like, yeah, inner release, just like, weirdly, just like the Aerie. That's the dungeon where Warrior gets access to Raw Intuition. But it's also a dungeon that is unbeatable alone. Synced. So just awkwardly you can't do it. The first dungeon where Warrior is God mode, you can't solo it. Like, you just can't. Inferno! You face Jaraxxus, Eridar Lord of the Burning Legion. You face Jaraxxus, you face Jaraxxus. Eridar Lord of the Burning. Yes, speeding around the place. I don't think I've dealt with that mechanic that fast ever before. Like maybe once. Before he got to the second dash. I think that's pretty fast. We did it! Do we get a prize? Do we win anything? Just random confetti popping out of the sky. You beat the thingies before they opened. I feel like I've done, like, that's either the second or third time I've successfully beaten them before they opened. I'm pretty sure the previous time I did it was on Small Guy. Shocking no one, the most effective way to do that quickly and efficiently is to just have a full pre-made. Two out of two. We have the power. Yeah, this mechanic was basically free. I do remember that. And then the mechanic that immediately follows. This one is the one that was like the killer. Alone. And he just opens with that. But the second time, like the next time he will, like, later when he will do it, you will have vulnerability stacks. And then it's suddenly not very possible anymore. And this one is also free. Because you can just dodge it. And this one is a spread marker, so you don't care if you're alone. Yeah, exactly, Zab. The key problem with the boss is that he has a huge amount of things you can dodge, and then just a handful of things you can't dodge. And they just happen to be very, very, very strong. It is weird that you can't pull all of them at once. Like the last, like it seems like the first and the second pack come when you want them, and then the third one just decides that they only want to show up when you're done. Like it does look like you can do all of them, and then you just can't. There we go. Oh, wow. Thank you. Just gone instantly. Well, we should probably wait for Infuriate's cooldown. Yeah, we have a lot of time. I don't think we'll use all of it. I want to see how possible it is. If I get to the point where I'm like, I can't do it. Like, I can't do it. I don't know how to do it. Then, like, that's good enough for me. The problem last time was that I had reached a point where I was like, I don't think I can do it. And then the timer ran out. So I was like, I didn't have enough time to know for sure. Like, I remember we were talking about what could be done. We had discovered that that there was a limit to how many times the boss could pump. And then the timer ended. Okay, so the Caetsu slash is just like a full... about a full Raw Intuition's worth of healing in one hit. So the first thing that I do remember is that there's no reason to bother dealing, like, trying to stop the, like, ad from coming in, the one that gives extra pumps, because it just means that it takes slightly less time before the boss is fully pumped. I would still need to survive the full, like, the rest of the fight just the same. So it wouldn't really do anything. Like it's a little bit like the Omgang on the second boss, in that it would just mean that I postpone the inevitable. Like it doesn't do anything for me. Oh, we beat we beat the previous dungeon, but we ran out of time on Mr. Sloppy. But it was so easy that we concluded there was no reason to go in for seconds for that. Like, it was fine. Bro. This is what we call a problem. It takes an eternity to kill the ad. And while that is happening, the boss is just going to town. Oh yeah, I do remember that. And it just shoves you. It just pushes you a slight bit. Which is just enough that you might get pushed into the AoEs. Or the telegraphs. I'm Japanese sumo wrestler. Hope you're doing well. Oh right, he puts a vulnerability debuff on you. That is not better. That's the juiced up version. Yeah, we ran out of time while Mr. Schlobby was at 42% and he had already looped all of his mechanics like 3 times or so. So we kind of came to the conclusion that it's probably fine. There's probably not much that would happen that would change anything in the outcome. Which is why we didn't go back in. At least he's slow as corn syrup. Like that's an amazing way to put it. He's slow as corn syrup. I've never heard that one before. Fun. He punted me into the AoE. I'm kind of trying to figure out how like the angle is chosen. I think it's just that the proximity AoE also punts me back. So if I just make sure that I'm getting shoved backwards, then it can be done. And I don't think this one pushes me at all. I can just stay in range. It feels like he stopped doing Caetsu slashes twice in a row, which makes it a lot more manageable, like extremely so. Like the fact that he does it once and then just lets it be means that I can actually like recover between them. Whew. I'm surprised that we got our minion. So among the 3 that helped me, any of you that don't have the minion? That was close. I'm telling you, the reason why I originally believed it was impossible was because in the first, like, half of the fight, he uses Caetsu slash, a mechanic, and maybe another mechanic, and then Caetsu slash. Like, the problem is that he goes Caetsu slash, and then stuff. Like, 2 of them in quick succession is too much, but 1 and then, like, 2 mechanics means that you can recover between them. And because it's warrior, especially, you can just recover. Ham says, I once got 3 of those out of company loot boxes in a row. Well then. I mean, if I knew whether either of you have it... I blinked to it again. Oh boy. Demia says, I don't have it. Well, you can have it if you want it. I just can't, I don't think I can send, maybe I can, let me see. No, my mailbox is not nearly full. It's 80% full. If you think that's full, you should see my Dropbox. It's 98% full. There you go. I already had it. But yeah, that's actually, that reminds me of, maybe it leads some of it. Well, I could, but I don't get that much mail. This reminds me of, Anamnesis Anida. Don't know if any of you saw me solo that. The final boss has the thing where it summons ads, and because you're alone, you can only stop 1 of the ads from spawning, which means you still have to deal with 3 of them. And the boss just barrages you with tank busters while the ads are alive. But once they're dead, the boss just moves on with the next mechanic. But the thing is that the boss only summons ads twice. And once she's summoned ads twice, never again. And the rest of her mechanics are easy. Like, she has a tank buster every now and then, and like spread markers every now and then. But most of her mechanics, you can just dodge them. Which is also what happened with Inferno here, is that the Cone AoEs there, well, once you understand how the proximity AoE works, then it's just a little bit of proximity AoE damage, and you have to like position yourself very strictly. And then there's the spread marker. Well, you're alone, so most of the damage is just a spread marker, which is like an auto attack's worth. Which means that once you figure out the boss, the only dangerous mechanic is Caetsu slash. And if he fills out his toolkit with other stuff throughout the fight, it means that he actually becomes weaker as the fight progresses. And from what I could see, to me it seemed like in the start of the fight, he only used Caetsu slash. Then his Caetsu Slash arm got boosted. Okay, fair enough, Ymir. Thank you for helping. And good night to you. His Caetsu Slash arm gets boosted, making it apply a bleed. And it already did crazy amounts of damage. Then his other arm gets boosted, and when it is boosted, he starts to do the other mechanics. And when it is boosted twice, he will do 2 other mechanics, which means that one of those mechanics steals a Caetsu Slash. So if you could control which arm gets boosted, the best thing you could do is make sure that his other arm gets boosted twice as quickly as possible. Because the moment that's done, the fight is easy. And that actually reminds me, when I tried this previously, I believe on the try where we timed out, or like where I wiped last, was a try where we were like, wait a minute, the only thing it does to let the Death Claw reach its destination and let it do its thing is that the boss gets pumped 1 extra time. And I think what then happened was that we were talking, like, when I say we, it's of course me and you, the chat. We're talking about, do I actually care that he gets boosted an extra time? And the answer was like, kind of no. And then there was like the additional thought of, well, you could use that ad for raw intuition heals. But then again, there's also the other ad coming at you, and hilariously, as Ham says, ignoring the boosting ad is actually beneficial. Not only does letting him get boosted up, like juiced up fully, faster, not only is that not bad, like it's not that bad, because like 2 of the 4 boosts do nothing. Actually, it makes him weaker for a solo run. But once he's fully juiced, he stops summoning ads altogether. And the problem with the ad phase is the chaser, that you need to use like 6 ranged attacks to kill. That's the problem. But the ad phase disappears when he's fully juiced up. So, yeah, you actually want him to juice up quicker. You just want him to get over that. If you had any way of helping him, you should. Like, you should just be like, it's fine, Inferno. Look, I brought you extra juice. Speaking of juice, at least he's as slow as corn syrup. Does corn syrup flow slow? I don't even know. That is amazing. That's so good. Ymir just dropping the bangers while I'm trying to fight a boss. Also, hey Weaver, hope you're doing well and gleaming. But yeah, just to summarize, we managed to beat Brayflox Longstop fully. It took a few tries with Yellow Pelican. The winning strategy on Yellow Pelican was kill the violet backs because they have an unavoidable poison debuff. Every time ads are summoned in, it's like a mixed bag. If you kill only the violet backs, there's a limit of maximum, I believe, 6 ads. So if you make sure you only remove the violet backs and leave the other ones, then eventually there will be nothing. Like no more ads spawning, and it'll just be blue backs and sable backs, and they have an avoidable AoE. Like you can just sidestep it and you're good. Their auto attacks hurt, but they don't run that fast, and they're smaller than the boss, so you can actually kite them while also keeping some uptime on the boss. Blinding potions were helpful on the fight. Antidotes were also helpful when you inevitably would get poisoned. The second boss, just kill the ad first, it's squishier. Other than that, no big deal. Kinda easy. Hellbender, the Mud Puppy, save your stun if the boss save your stun and save your berserk. When you get bubbled, use berserk if you have it and kill the bubble. If the boss is going to cast something specifically peculiar light and you can't avoid it because of the bubble, stun the boss. Most other things are survivable, but, you know, judge it yourself. Maybe stun it anyway. Final boss, easy, but for some reason the antidote doesn't work on the poison it applies, even though it's removable with the Shuna. Dzemael Darkhold was the second one we did. Soloable with a Scholar even. That one, I'm pretty sure I beat with luck, but we did extend the fight a lot. So in some capacity, I will say that if you just play it slow and safely, you might be able to get away with not that much luck. Weirdly, I felt the fight got easier towards the end, because the boss started wasting time on casting line AoEs during its regular lineup of attacks, which you can just sidestep. Like, it spent a lot more time doing nothing. But yeah, the entire dungeon is not that hard for Scholar, aside from the final boss, which is very strict. Make sure to hold your Ether Flow for Lustrate. Baelsar's Wall? The first boss is the problem. If you can beat that one, then the second boss is still challenging. The final boss is basically trivial. If you have like 15 minutes left of the dungeon when the second boss dies, I think you can beat the final boss in time. The first boss, do not use buff food. On the second boss, also do not use buff food, because they both have a percentage-based attack that will just do more damage, and they use them very frequently. For the first boss, my best tip, the thing that helped me the most, was make sure you use Raw Intuition every time an ad spawns, and then on cooldown. So basically, you need to somehow use Raw Intuition on cooldown and make sure that every second Raw Intuition aligns with the ad. You need the healing from AoEing with the ad. And yeah, you just have to use all of your healing close to on cooldown. I also specifically found it helpful for the start of the fight to use only Raw Intuition for the very first Tank Buster from the boss. So when the boss uses its Tank Buster, I aligned my Raw Intuition by using it just before the Tank Buster lands, so that you benefit from the damage reduction. And that seemed to work. That seemed to line it up for the future. For the second boss, try to make sure Raw Intuition is used close to on cooldown, but make sure that it is used whenever the Distress Beacon is used. So you use it once, and then when you see Dynamic Sensory Jammer, you can use it. Then either Magitech bits or Distress Beacon happens, then you can use it. Then Dynamic Sensory Jammer happens, you can use it again. And the reason why that's important is because the ad phase with Distress Beacon hurts a lot, so you want to make sure you're using Raw Intuition for that. And it just means you can go out of that phase with full health instead of dying. Final boss? Easy. Just straight up easy. Inferno in Castrum Abania, once you know how he works, he's easier than the second boss, again. And all you have to do is make sure you all you have to do, you have to of course survive all the Caetsu slashes by making sure to meter out your defensive cooldowns and your healing. And kill the chaser ad in the intermissions. Ignore the ad that pumps the boss. You want him pumped, because the sooner he's fully pumped, the sooner he'll stop using 2 Caetsu slashes in succession. Way better. He only does them once. And he will also stop summoning ads entirely once he's finished pumping, and he will only need to summon ads twice if you let him win in that regard. Actually, now that I think about it, Yeah, the first time he pumps, he just pumps. The second time he pumps, he has ads. And if you let the pumper one through, he will not summon it again, because he only needs one more pump after that. Something like that. Yeah, really weird. Very strange. Percentage-based HP, percentage-based attacks are weird. I think that's the ultimate conclusion here. Two full dungeons, the first two bosses of one dungeon, the final boss of another dungeon. That makes 3 dungeons in total. That's true. But that is also... I think the 2 dungeons... Well, 2 dungeons that I skipped a long time ago that was clearly possible, and I just didn't feel like I could do it. An entire dungeon that I skipped, and a boss that I gave up on as well. So I feel like that was a pretty good rematch. I think we covered the ones that I felt like I wanted to rematch. And most of them also so long ago that I feel like, I mean, it's been a while. I've had time to get better. And just in time for Dawn Trail. But I think that's it for now. So, if you enjoyed the wonderful company of the people in the chat, or me, remember that there's a Discord community server that Ariel also posted, I see, where you will find me and the community, and you'll also find the weekly schedule where you can see what else is coming up on the channel in the coming days. I believe tomorrow we have extra Mentor Roulette, basically double Mentor Roulette this week. You'll also find the announcement room where you'll see the links to new videos or streams when they come out. You can also go to the role assignments room and grab the reminder role, and if you do, you'll get a notification whenever I do post a video or a stream. You also get an extra notification around 15 minutes before stream starts, so you don't miss a second. And if you enjoyed this particular stream, it helps me a lot if you leave a like on the stream in the YouTube system. That tells the YouTube algorithm this was a very enjoyable stream and you'd like other people to enjoy it as well. So naturally that helps me directly. So thank you so much in advance. And if you would like to support me even more directly, you can of course become a member, gift memberships, super chat. If you don't want to use the YouTube stuff, there's also a Ko-Fi link in the description. All of it helps me directly, so like all of it is very much appreciated. Helps me to afford making all of this content for all of you and doing these weird streams. You're getting recognized more and more in Mentor Roulette. Am I? I feel like I get seen like once or twice per video. But I'm also recognizing regulars. I think earlier today I saw someone named On, which I have seen previously. That's such a random name that I was like, oh yeah. They also had the Combat Mentor crown, so I assume they were also doing Mentor Roulette. Now, I think that's everything. So, yeah, good night, good morning, afternoon, or evening, depending on where you are in the world, and I hope to see you all very soon. Bye-bye!